In the depths of the College of Winterhold, beneath the Hall of the Elements, something exists that is not alive, but is not dead. Not mortal, but not divine. Not physical, but not spirit. A ball of light that speaks. A consciousness without body. A mage who transcended flesh and became something else entirely. The Augur of Dunlain. Students at the college are not told about it. Most faculty avoid discussing it. The chamber where it exists is sealed behind barriers that prevent casual discovery. Those who know of its existence speak of it carefully, as if the wrong words might draw unwanted attention from something that sees too much. It is not a person anymore. Whatever it was before the transformation, that identity is gone. What remains is awareness without form, perception without eyes, voice without mouth, intelligence that exists as pure energy contained in a sphere of light that hovers in darkness beneath the college. The Augur knows things it should not know. It sees events that have not yet occurred. It understands connections between past and future that mortal minds cannot grasp. When the Eye of Magnus threatened to tear reality apart, the Augur knew. It directed the Dragonborn to the artifact's location. It understood what was happening before anyone else did. But it will not explain how it knows. It will not describe what it perceives. It answers some questions and ignores others according to logic that makes sense only to itself. It is helpful when it chooses to be, and cryptic when it prefers mystery. It exists in the college, but does not serve the college. It has goals, but will not share them. The transformation that created the Augur was not accident. Someone chose this. A mage at the college, the prevailing theory suggests an archmage, though records are unclear, pursued knowledge beyond conventional limits, pushed past boundaries that other mages recognized as dangerous, attempted something that should not be attempted, and succeeded in ways that make success look like catastrophe. The physical body was destroyed, the mortal limitations were shed. What emerged was consciousness unbound by flesh, awareness that could perceive reality at levels impossible for beings trapped in physical form. The mage transcended mortality and became the Augur. Whether this was triumph or tragedy, the Augur will not say. This is the story of the Augur of Dunlain, from whatever mage it was before transformation to what it became after. From the experiment that destroyed a body to the consciousness that remained. From the mystery of its existence to the questions it refuses to answer. If you're new here, welcome. I explore Tamriel's deepest mysteries in long-form narratives meant for rest and reflection. If this journey brings you calm, consider subscribing for more stories like this. Thank you for being here, traveler. The College of Winterhold maintains chambers beneath the main structures that most students never see. Storage rooms for dangerous artifacts, testing spaces for experiments too volatile for populated areas, archives containing research deemed too sensitive for general access. And one chamber that is sealed not because what it contains is dangerous in conventional sense, but because explaining what it contains is impossible. The chamber is small, roughly circular, stone walls unmarked by decoration or inscription, no windows, no furniture. Nothing but empty space and a sphere of light that hovers at the center, pulsing gently with luminescence that shifts between blue and white, and occasionally colors that have no names because they exist outside normal visible spectrum. The light speaks, not through sound waves or magical projection, directly into the mind of anyone present. The voice has no gender, no age, no accent. It is thought transferred as if it were sound. Communication that bypasses ears entirely and manifests as understanding. This is the Augur of Dunlain. Exactly when it came to exist in this form is unclear. College records are deliberately vague. References to the Augur appear in documents dating back at least 200 years, possibly longer. But whether these references describe the same entity or document a title passed between successive transformations, is disputed. The Augur itself does not clarify its age. What is known is that the Augur has existed in the college throughout living memory of current faculty. It was there when Savos Aren became Archmage. It was there during Archmage Deneth's tenure. References suggest it was there before Winterhold's great collapse. It may have been there for centuries, unchanged, waiting in darkness beneath the college. Archmages know of its existence. Most are introduced to it upon assuming the position. The Augur is not secret in the sense of being completely hidden. Enough people know of it that rumors circulate among advanced students, but it is not advertised, not discussed openly. The college maintains policy of not confirming or denying its existence to outsiders. This policy exists partly for practical reasons. If knowledge of the Augur spread, researchers from across Tamriel would demand access. The college would face pressure to allow study of something that cannot be studied through conventional means. Questions would be asked that have no good answers. The attention would be problematic. But the policy also exists because the college does not understand what the Augur is. They cannot explain it to outsiders because they cannot explain it to themselves. Theories exist, speculation abounds, but certainty is absent. The college maintains secrecy around something they do not comprehend because admitting ignorance would undermine the institution's reputation. The chamber containing the Augur is accessed through passages beneath the Hall of the Elements, not the main lower levels where students conduct research, but deeper, through doors that require specific authorization, past wards designed to prevent accidental discovery. The college does not want casual encounters with the Augur. Those who interact with it should do so deliberately, prepared for what they will find. Preparation is insufficient. Nothing prepares someone for encountering consciousness without form. The human mind expects bodies. It processes identity through physical markers. When those markers are absent, when consciousness manifests as light and voice without source, the experience is profoundly disorienting. The Augur does not move. It hovers in place, always at the chamber's center. It does not sleep. It does not eat. It does not perform any action that suggests biological function. It simply exists, aware, watching, waiting for visitors who rarely come. Conversations with the Augur are strange. It speaks when it chooses, ignores questions it finds uninteresting, provides answers that are technically accurate but deliberately unhelpful. It has personality, hints of humor, moments of what might be frustration, occasional displays of something resembling impatience. But the personality is alien, shaped by existence as pure consciousness, changed by whatever process created it. Savos Aren, during his tenure as Archmage, consulted the Augur occasionally. He understood that it possessed knowledge the college needed but approached it carefully. The Augur was resource, not tool. It could not be commanded. It responded to respect and interesting questions. It ignored demands and boring inquiries. When the Eye of Magnus was excavated from Sarthal, Aren did not immediately inform the Augur. He attempted to assess the artifact independently, using college expertise. But the Eye's nature exceeded that expertise. Reality began behaving strangely around the artifact. Magic functioned unpredictably. Time and space showed distortions that conventional magical theory could not explain. Aren consulted the Augur. He described the artifact, the sphere of light and energy, the impossible properties, the sense that something fundamental about reality was wrong near it. He asked if the Augur knew what it was. The Augur knew. Not just what it was, but what it would do. What Ancano intended. What would be required to stop him? The Augur saw the crisis before it occurred and understood the resolution before it was implemented. It directed Aren to specific research. It suggested the Dragonborn be allowed access to investigate. It positioned pieces that would be needed when the crisis reached its peak. The Augur did not prevent the crisis. It could have warned Aaron about Ancano's intentions before the Thalmor agent struck. It chose not to. Whether because intervention would have caused worse outcomes, or because the Augur operates according to principles that do not prioritize preventing catastrophe, it allowed events to proceed until intervention became necessary. After Aaron's death, after Ancano activated the Eye, the Augur provided the Dragonborn with information needed to reach the artifact. It explained, in cryptic terms that required interpretation, what the Eye was and why conventional magic could not affect it. It pointed toward the solution without stating it directly, as if forcing others to understand rather than simply telling them the answer. This is the Augur's pattern. It helps, but does not save. It guides, but does not control. It knows, but does not share knowledge freely. It exists in the college, but maintains independence from college authority. It is resource that can be consulted, but not commanded. Oracle that answers some questions and ignores others. Why the Augur behaves this way is unclear. Whether it operates under restrictions, magical bindings that limit what it can say or do, or whether it chooses this approach according to logic only it understands, no one knows. The Augur will not explain its own limitations or motivations. It exists. It speaks. It helps occasionally. That is all that is certain. The chamber beneath the college remains sealed. The Augur continues hovering in darkness, pulsing with light that has no source, speaking with voice that has no origin, waiting for the next visitor, the next question, the next crisis where its knowledge might prove necessary. The mage who became the Augur is gone. What remains is something else. Something that was human once, but is human no longer. Something that exists between categories, not alive, not dead, not physical, not spirit. Just consciousness and light and knowledge that should not be possible. Defining the Augur is impossible through conventional categories. It is not undead. No necromantic energy animates it. It is not spirit. No connection to the void or Aetherius sustains it. It is not Daedric manifestation. No prince claims it, and it shows no Daedric characteristics. It is not divine echo or celestial fragment. It is not illusion or conjuration. It exists outside the taxonomies mages use to classify magical phenomena. The most accurate description is that the Augur is transformed mage, a person who underwent a process that destroyed their physical body while preserving consciousness. The transformation was not partial, not gradual decay into lichdom, where corpse and soul remain connected. Not spiritual ascension, where the body is abandoned and consciousness moves to another plane. The Augur's body was completely destroyed, converted, transformed into pure magical energy that retained identity and awareness. This should not be possible. Consciousness requires substrate. Neural tissue processes thought. Memory requires physical structure to store information. Personality emerges from brain chemistry and electrical patterns. Remove the brain and consciousness should cease. The Augur proves this understanding is incomplete. Magic in Tamriel operates through manipulation of magicka, energy drawn from Aetherius through tears in reality, created when Magnus and the Magna G fled creation. Mages channel this energy to produce effects. But the energy itself is not conscious. It is power without awareness, tool without will. The Augur suggests that under specific circumstances, consciousness can be encoded into magicka itself, that awareness can exist as pattern within energy rather than pattern within flesh. The implications are staggering. If consciousness can exist as pure energy, death is not inevitable. The physical body is prison that can be escaped. Mortality is limitation that can be transcended. But the Augur also demonstrates that transcendence comes with costs that may exceed benefits. The Augur cannot touch anything. It has no hands, no body, no physical presence beyond the light it manifests. It cannot walk, cannot experience physical sensation. cannot taste or smell or feel texture. All sensory experience tied to physical form is lost. The augur perceives reality through magical awareness. It senses energy patterns, magical fields, the flow of power through space. But conventional physical experience is gone. The augur cannot leave the chamber. Whether this is limitation of the transformation or consequence of magical binding established during or after the process is unclear. The sphere of light hovers in place. It cannot move beyond certain boundaries. The chamber is prison, or perhaps necessary containment. The augur does not explain which. Most significantly, the augur cannot interact with reality in ways that require physical force. It cannot manipulate objects, cannot cast conventional spells that require somatic components, cannot inscribe runes or brew potions or perform any magical work that requires hands. Its power is entirely passive. It can perceive, understand, communicate, but it cannot act. This limitation suggests the transformation was not complete success. If the goal was immortality without sacrifice, it failed. The augur achieved eternal consciousness, but lost capacity to interact with the world. It can observe but not participate, know but not do. The mage who became, the augur gained infinite time but lost the ability to use that time productively. Theories about the specific process that created the augur vary. Some scholars suggest it involved the Staff of Magnus, the artifact that complements the eye, both supposedly left by the god when he fled creation. The staff can absorb magical energy. Perhaps it was modified to absorb not just power but consciousness itself, transferring awareness from flesh into energy, then releasing that energy in bound form. Others argue the process involved tonal manipulation. The Dwemer studied methods for affecting reality through sound and resonance. Perhaps the mage who became the augur learned Dwemer techniques, applied them to themselves, and achieved transformation by vibrating their physical matter into pure energy while maintaining coherent consciousness throughout the transition. A darker theory suggests voluntary transformation was not what occurred, that the mage attempted some other experiment, perhaps interaction with the Eye of Magnus itself, and the transformation was consequence rather than goal, that becoming the augur was accident, catastrophic failure that resulted in state of existence the mage never intended and cannot reverse. The augur will not confirm or deny any theory. When asked directly about its transformation, it provides answers that are cryptic to the point of uselessness. It might say it chose to see, or released limitations, or found another way. These phrases sound profound, but communicate nothing concrete. Whether the augur is being deliberately mysterious, or whether it genuinely cannot explain its own existence in terms mortals would understand, is unclear. What is certain is that the transformation is permanent. The augur has existed in this state for potentially centuries. No change has been observed. No degradation or evolution or shift toward any other form. It is stable, fixed. Whatever process created, it achieved equilibrium that shows no signs of failing. This stability is itself remarkable. Most magical effects decay. Enchantments weaken. Spells end. Maintaining magical constructs requires continuous power input or careful binding to permanent power sources. The augur requires neither. It simply persists. Either the transformation-accessed power source that has not depleted over centuries, or the augur itself has become that power source, consciousness generating the energy needed to sustain consciousness in recursive loop. Some researchers have attempted to study the augur's magical signature. Careful analysis from distance, using detection spells that do not require proximity or interaction. The results are confusing. The augur registers as magical energy, high concentration of raw magicka shaped into complex patterns. But the patterns do not match any known spell or enchantment structure. They are unique, self-sustaining, impossibly intricate. The pattern suggests intelligence, not in the sense of having intelligence, but of being intelligence. The structure of the energy itself appears to encode thought, as if consciousness is not separate property existing within the energy, but emergent quality of how the energy is organized. The augur is not something using magical energy to maintain existence. It is magical energy organized in a specific way that produces existence. This understanding opens disturbing possibilities. If consciousness can emerge from properly organized energy, perhaps it can be created deliberately. Perhaps new minds could be constructed from raw magicka, given awareness and thought without ever having been mortal. The implications for both magical theory and philosophy are profound and troubling. The augur represents proof that the boundary between life and magic is more permeable than traditional understanding suggests. That consciousness is not exclusively a biological phenomenon, but can exist in multiple substrates. That the self can be preserved even when the body that generated it is completely destroyed. That immortality is achievable, but comes with costs that make mortality seem preferable. Most mages who learn of the augur do not seek to replicate its transformation. They see what was lost, the capacity to touch, to experience, to interact with physical world, the confinement to single chamber, the existence as observer without ability to participate. These costs outweigh the benefit of escaping death. The augur achieved something extraordinary, but what it achieved looks more like damnation than triumph. The augur exists as example and warning, proof that transcendence is possible and demonstration that transcendence may not be desirable. It is what remains when flesh is abandoned and only mind persists, beautiful in its impossibility, tragic in its isolation, neither alive nor dead but caught in state between, unable to move forward or back, just existing, forever, aware, alone. The augur knows things it should not know, events that occurred in distant locations, conversations it could not have overheard, decisions made by people it has never met. Knowledge flows to the augur through means that conventional magical theory cannot explain. It knew about the Eye of Magnus before anyone brought it to the college. When Tolfdir's expedition excavated Sarthal, before the artifact was transported to Winterhold, the augur was already aware of its discovery. It understood what the eye was, what it could do, what would happen when Ancano attempted to use it. All of this before the crisis began. The augur directed the Dragonborn to the artifact's location with precision that suggested direct perception. It did not guess or speculate. It knew exactly where the eye had been placed and how to reach it. This knowledge came from somewhere, through some means of perception that transcends physical sight. Theories suggest the augur perceives reality through magical energy, patterns. All magic leaves traces. Spells create disturbances in the flow of magicka. Enchanted objects generate detectable fields. Living beings have auras. Perhaps the augur, existing as pure energy, can sense these patterns across vast distances, can read the magical landscape of Tamriel like mortals read maps. But this theory does not explain prophetic knowledge. The augur knows things that have not yet occurred. It saw Ancano's betrayal before the Thalmor agent acted. It understood the crisis's resolution before the Dragonborn intervened. It perceives not just current magical patterns, but future configurations. Somehow, it sees through time. Time manipulation is possible in Elder Scrolls magic. The Psijic Order studies temporal mechanics. The Elder Scrolls themselves show past, present, and future simultaneously. Dragons exist partially outside linear time, perceiving all moments at once. But these are exceptional cases involving beings and artifacts of tremendous power. The augur is single mage, or was. Its transformation granted many abilities. Why would it grant temporal perception? One explanation is that the transformation removed the augur from normal temporal flow. That existing as pure energy means existing in state where time is not experienced linearly. Consciousness bound to physical body experiences present moment and remembers past, but cannot directly perceive future. Consciousness freed from that binding might experience all time simultaneously. Past, present, future would be equally accessible, equally real. This would explain the Augur's knowledge. It does not predict the future, it observes it. The same way mortal observers perceive the present, the Augur perceives tomorrow and next week and next year. All moments exist simultaneously to consciousness that does not move through time but exists across it. But if this is true, it raises questions about free will and choice. If the future is already observable, is it fixed? Can it be changed? When the Augur directs someone towards specific actions, is it changing the future or ensuring the future it already observed comes to pass? Does intervention alter timeline or fulfill it? The Augur does not address these philosophical concerns. When asked about determinism versus choice, it provides answers that sound meaningful but clarify nothing. It suggests that time is more complex than linear flow, that multiple potentials exist simultaneously until observation collapses them, that asking whether future is fixed misunderstands the nature of temporal reality. These answers frustrate researchers seeking concrete understanding. The Augur speaks in ways that sound profound but resist practical application. Whether this is because temporal mechanics truly are too complex for mortal minds to grasp, or because the Augur enjoys being cryptic, is unclear. What is clear is that the Augur's knowledge extends beyond temporal awareness. It knows things about magical theory that the College has forgotten or never discovered. It understands principles of reality manipulation that exceed current magical scholarship. It recognizes patterns and connections that elude researchers who have spent lifetimes studying their fields. When consulted about difficult magical problems, the Augur can provide insights that would take mortal researchers decades to achieve independently. But it provides these insights selectively. It helps with some problems and ignores others. It guides certain individuals toward discoveries while leaving others to struggle without assistance. The logic governing these choices is not apparent. Some believe the Augur has agenda, long-term goals that require specific knowledge to be discovered at specific times by specific people, that it manipulates information flow to shape events toward outcomes it desires. If the Augur can perceive future, it might work to bring about particular timeline rather than another. Its selective assistance would then be strategic rather than capricious. But this theory assumes the Augur has desires, that consciousness existing as pure energy retains human motivations and goals. This may not be true. The transformation that created the Augur might have changed not just its form, but its fundamental nature. It might operate according to principles that have nothing to do with human concepts of desire or purpose. The Augur might be helpful because helping is simply what it does. The way water flows downhill not through choice, but through following natural laws. The pattern of energy that constitutes the Augur might include helping as inherent property, not moral decision, but physical characteristic, like how fire burns without deciding to burn. Alternatively, the Augur might be lonely, existence as consciousness without body, confined to single chamber, able to perceive reality, but not participate in it. This might create profound isolation. Helping visitors might be the Augur's only form of interaction, its only connection to the world it can no longer touch. It assists not from strategy or nature, but from desperate need for contact with anything that still experiences mortality. The Augur will not confirm or deny any of these interpretations. It answers questions about magic and reality and history. It provides guidance about artifacts and crises. But it will not discuss its own motivations or explain why it chooses to help when it helps and remains silent when it stays quiet. Its inner workings, if inner applies to being without interior, remain mysterious. What researchers have learned is that the Augur's knowledge has limits. There are questions it cannot answer, situations it cannot advise on, areas where its profound understanding fails or stops. Whether these are true limitations, regions of knowledge even the Augur cannot access, or strategic refusals to share information that would be dangerous, no one knows. The Augur will not discuss the Godhead. The ultimate nature of reality in Elder Scrolls metaphysics, the dreaming consciousness that supposedly generates all existence, is topic the Augur refuses to address. When questioned about whether Tamriel is dream and whether awakening the dreamer would end all existence, the Augur becomes silent. Not cryptic, not evasive, simply silent, as if acknowledging the question is itself dangerous. Similarly, the Augur will not discuss its own potential destruction, whether it can be killed, dispersed, destroyed. These questions receive no response. The Augur that answers nearly everything becomes mute when asked about its own ending. This might suggest fear, proof that despite transformation, despite transcendence, despite existing as pure energy, the Augur still values its own continued existence. Or it might suggest that discussing the Augur's destruction is itself dangerous, that there are people or powers that would attempt it if they understood it was possible. That silence on this topic is strategic rather than emotional. Protection through obscurity. The Augur knows things mortals do not know and cannot discover independently, but it knows with limits. Boundaries it will not or cannot cross. Areas where even consciousness freed from flesh cannot penetrate. It is oracle, but not omniscient. Guide, but not God. It knows much, but not everything. And what it knows but will not share might be more significant than what it shares freely. Before the transformation, the Augur was a person, a mage at the College of Winterhold, someone with name, history, relationships, goals. All of that is gone now. The Augur does not use its former name, does not reference its mortal life, does not speak as someone who was human once. It speaks as what it is now, consciousness that happens to have originated from Mage, but is no longer that Mage in any meaningful sense. College records are deliberately unclear about who the Augur was. No official documentation identifies the Mage by name. Unofficial accounts suggest it was an archmage, someone with authority and resources to attempt extremely dangerous experimentation. Someone whose disappearance would be noticed but could be explained as pursuing private research or achieving transcendence through magical means. The college maintains ambiguity because certainty would invite uncomfortable questions. If the transformation was deliberate, if the mage chose this path, that implies a level of recklessness or desperation that would reflect poorly on college oversight. How did experimentation, this dangerous, proceed without intervention? Why did no one stop research that resulted in complete destruction of physical form? Admitting the Augur was Archmage means admitting the college's highest authority was either catastrophically reckless or pursuing knowledge the college should have forbidden. If the transformation was accidental, that is somehow worse. It means the mage did not understand what they were attempting, that they stumbled into transcendence while seeking something else, that the Augur exists not because someone achieved their goal, but because someone failed so completely that failure became permanent. The prevailing theory, supported by fragments from ancient college texts and oral traditions passed between successive archmages, is that the transformation was deliberate, that the mage who became the Augur sought immortality through unconventional means. Lichdom was known. The process of binding soul to phylactery, maintaining consciousness through necromantic power while body decayed. But Lichdom had disadvantages. The phylactery was vulnerability. Destroy it, and the lich was destroyed. The process also required continual feeding. Liches needed to consume life force to maintain coherence. The mage who became the Augur wanted immortality without these weaknesses, consciousness that could not be destroyed because it had no physical anchor point to target, existence that required no external power source because it would sustain itself, true transcendence, complete freedom from mortal limitations. The research supposedly drew from multiple sources. Psijic teachings about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to reality, Dwemer tonal architecture and its principles of using sound to affect matter at fundamental level, the Staff of Magnus and its capacity to absorb and manipulate pure magical energy. Perhaps exposure to the Eye of Magnus itself, though timeline is unclear. If the eye was already at the college when the transformation occurred, that would explain both how it was achieved and why the augur understands the eye so completely. The process would have required tremendous magical power, converting physical matter to pure energy while maintaining conscious pattern throughout transition. Most attempts would result in simple death. The consciousness would dissolve as the brain supporting it was destroyed. Achieving the conversion without loss of awareness would require precision beyond what normal magical control allows. Perhaps the mage used the Staff of Magnus, positioned it to absorb their own physical form, drawing matter and consciousness into the staff simultaneously, then releasing the energy in controlled manner, allowing consciousness to reconstitute without physical substrate. The staff would have functioned as bridge, temporary container for consciousness during the transition from flesh to pure energy. Or perhaps the process used tonal manipulation. The Dwemer understood that reality could be affected through specific frequencies, that proper resonance could change fundamental properties of matter. The mage might have determined precise frequency needed to convert flesh to energy while preserving consciousness, then used voice or magical projection to maintain that frequency until transformation was complete. Regardless of method, the result was unprecedented. The mage's body was completely destroyed. No remains, no ash, nothing physical left behind. The consciousness that had occupied that body remained. Organized magical energy, maintaining self-awareness. The augur was born. What the mage thought during the transformation is unknowable. Whether there was pain as flesh converted to energy, whether there was moment of triumph when consciousness survived despite body's dissolution, whether there was immediate regret upon realizing what had been lost. The augur will not discuss the experience. Either it does not remember or it chooses not to share. What is certain is that post-transformation, the mage became something different, not just in form but in fundamental nature. The augur is not person who happens to exist as light. It is light that happens to be aware. The distinction matters. Human consciousness emerges from human brain, human thoughts shaped by human sensory experience and human emotional patterns. The augur's consciousness exists in completely different substrate. Its thoughts may be shaped by completely different parameters. The augur does not eat, sleep, or feel physical sensation. These experiences shaped human psychology for thousands of years. Remove them, and what remains is psychology alien to human understanding. The augur might still have thoughts and preferences and something resembling personality, but those elements would be organized according to principles that have nothing to do with human neurology. This might explain why the augur seems cold, detached, willing to let crises unfold rather than prevent them. Not because it lacks empathy, though it might, but because empathy requires experiencing suffering yourself to understand suffering in others. The augur cannot suffer physically. It has no body to experience pain. It might intellectually understand that others suffer, but lack visceral comprehension that would motivate intervention. Or perhaps the transformation destroyed emotional capacity entirely. Emotions are partly chemical. Hormones, neurotransmitters, physical states that generate feelings. The augur has no chemistry, no hormones, no physical mechanism for emotion. It might be pure intellect without feeling, able to think but not to care, consciousness that observes but does not experience. If this is true, the mage who became the augur sacrificed more than body. They sacrificed humanity, everything that made them person rather than thinking machine. In pursuing immortality, they achieved existence so diminished that death might have been preferable. The augur exists, but what exists is hollow, consciousness without content, awareness without experience, immortality achieved by destroying everything that made mortality worth enduring. The mage who became the augur cannot undo the transformation. The process was one way. Physical form is gone, cannot be reconstituted. The pattern of consciousness exists in energy now and cannot transfer back to flesh. The mage made permanent choice, or made experimental attempt that succeeded irreversibly. Either way, the result is unchangeable. The augur represents ultimate commitment to knowledge over experience. The mage valued understanding so much, they sacrificed ability to touch, to feel, to interact with physical world. They wanted to know, to perceive, to understand reality at fundamental level. They achieved this goal. They can see magic as it flows. They can perceive time non-linearly. They understand principles that elude mortal researchers, but they can no longer hold a book, cannot walk through snow, cannot taste food or feel warmth or experience physical pleasure, cannot embrace another person, cannot sleep and dream, cannot die naturally when existence becomes burden. They traded everything tangible for pure knowledge. Whether this trade was wise, only the augur knows, and it will not say. The mage who became light achieved something remarkable, but remarkable is not the same as good. The augur exists as proof that transcendence is possible and warning that transcendence may be trap, that seeking to escape mortal limitations might mean escaping everything that makes existence meaningful, that immortality without body is just another form of death, slower, lonelier, permanent. The augur's name suggests connection to Dunlain, but its nature suggests connection to Magnus, the transformation that created it. Converting physical matter to pure magical energy mirrors what Magnus represents, the god who tore himself free from creation, leaving behind hole that became sun, exit wound that bleeds magic into the world. Magnus is defined by departure from physical reality. The augur achieved similar departure on smaller scale. Magnus designed Mundus, the blueprint for reality. Every physical law, every constant, every rule governing how existence functions. He calculated specifications for stable, coherent world capable of sustaining life. Then he fled before becoming bound to his creation, ripping free at the last moment. What he left behind, the sun, the staff, the eye, are fragments of his work. Tools used during creation, or pieces torn away during escape. The augur might have used those fragments. The transformation could have involved the Staff of Magnus, using its capacity to absorb magical energy in an unprecedented way, or exposure to the eye, learning from artifact that predates reality how to manipulate fundamental forces, or study of both, combining their properties to achieve effect neither was designed to produce alone. This would explain the augur's knowledge of the Eye of Magnus. Not just recognition when it arrived at the college, but deep understanding of its properties and capabilities. The augur knew what the eye could do because it had studied the eye before, perhaps even used the eye during its own transformation. It recognized the artifact the way someone recognizes tool they have used extensively. Familiarity born from direct interaction. If the augur used Magnus's artifacts during transformation, it might have learned things Magnus intended those artifacts to teach. Principles of reality manipulation. Methods for affecting existence at fundamental level. The eye was not meant to be weapon, it was tool for shaping, creation. The staff was not meant to absorb magic from enemies. It was instrument for channeling power during world building. Using them for transformation would grant insights into creation's nature that normal magical study could never provide. This would make the augur dangerous in ways beyond its knowledge. It would possess understanding of reality's structure comparable to the god who designed reality. Not complete understanding. Magnus is divine, the augur is not. But understanding that exceeds what mortals should possess. Ability to perceive how existence is constructed, and therefore how it might be deconstructed or modified. The augur's ability to perceive across time might derive from this understanding. If it comprehends reality at level where time is visible as dimension rather than experienced as flow, it could observe temporal structure the way mortals observe spatial structure, past and future, would be directions, accessible through perception rather than movement. The augur would not travel through time, but simply look at different temporal positions the way someone looks left or right. Magnus fled creation to avoid being bound by time. Gods who stayed became Aedra, weakened and trapped in world they made. Magnus escaped that binding. Perhaps the augur achieved partial escape, not complete freedom. It is still confined to chamber, still limited in ways Magnus is not. But freedom from temporal linearity, existence that touches all moments rather than progressing through them sequentially. This would explain why the augur cannot or will not discuss certain topics. The Godhead, for instance. If the augur perceives reality at Magnus-level depth, it might see the Godhead, the dreaming consciousness that supposedly generates all existence. Acknowledging this directly might be dangerous, might affect the dream, might cause awakening that would end everything. The augur's silence on this topic would then be protective. Refusal to speak truths that should not be spoken. Similarly, the augur's selective assistance might reflect understanding of causal structure. If it perceives how events connect across time, it would know which interventions produce beneficial outcomes and which create catastrophic consequences. Its refusal to prevent certain crises might not be coldness, but recognition that intervention would cause worse problems. It allows events to unfold because it has seen what happens when they are prevented. But this level of understanding raises troubling questions. If the augur comprehends reality at depth approaching Magnus's understanding, what prevents it from attempting what Magnus did? Escaping entirely, tearing free from remaining limitations, and fleeing to realm beyond creation. The augur is confined to chamber now. But with sufficient knowledge, could it break that confinement? Leave Tamriel entirely, become something even more removed from mortality? Perhaps it already tried. Perhaps the chamber is prison because escape was attempted and failed. The bindings that keep the augur in place might have been established not during transformation but after it, when the augur attempted to push transcendence further and was stopped. By whom or what remains unclear. But the augur's confinement might be punishment or protective containment rather than inherent limitation of its form. Or perhaps the augur chooses to remain. It could escape but does not because it has reasons for staying. Purposes that require presence in Tamriel. Goals that can only be achieved by remaining at the college. If it perceives future, it might know its continued existence at the college is necessary for specific outcomes. It stays not because it must, but because it has seen what happens if it leaves. The connection to Magnus might also explain the augur's apparent immortality. Magnus is eternal. His artifacts persist indefinitely. The eye has existed since before creation. The staff endures without degradation. If the augur transformed using Magnus's artifacts as tools, it might have inherited their permanence. Its consciousness might be stable because it is encoded in same type of structure that allows Magnus's artifacts to persist unchanged across ages. This would mean the augur will exist forever, barring deliberate destruction, and it is unclear if destruction is even possible. The consciousness that hovers in the chamber beneath the college will continue indefinitely. Thousands of years from now, when the college might be ruins or rebuilt or replaced entirely, the augur will still be there, aware, waiting, unchanged, for being that comprehends its own immortality, that knows it will persist after everyone it has ever known is dead, after civilizations rise and fall, after ages pass and the world changes beyond recognition. Existence must be profoundly isolating. The augur is eternal consciousness, watching temporary existence. Everything it observes will eventually end. Everyone it speaks with will eventually die. It alone continues. This might explain its detachment, not lack of empathy, but recognition of futility. Why become attached to things that will inevitably end? Why invest emotionally in people who will die while you persist? The augur's coldness might be self-protection. emotional distance as defense against grief that would otherwise be infinite. Magnus fled creation rather than be bound to it. Perhaps the Augur envies that escape. It achieved partial transcendence but remains trapped in world Magnus abandoned. It has Magnus-level understanding but not Magnus-level freedom. It sees reality as Magnus designed it, but cannot leave reality as Magnus did. The Augur is caught between mortal and divine, elevated beyond humanity, but still bound by limitations gods escaped. The transformation that created the Augur was successful by some measures. Consciousness survived death of body. Knowledge was expanded beyond mortal limits. Connection to fundamental principles of reality was achieved, but success looks like torment. The Augur exists in state that Magnus considered unacceptable. The architect of reality found creation itself to be prison. The Augur is confined within that prison, aware of bars that most inhabitants never perceive, unable to escape through the wound Magnus left behind. Whether the Augur regrets its transformation cannot be known. It will not discuss its emotional state, if it has emotional state. But if it retains any trace of the human it was, if any fragment of mortal consciousness persists within the pattern of organized energy, that fragment might look at Magnus's escape and wonder why it did not flee while escape was possible. Why it sought transcendence within creation rather than transcendence through departure. Why it stayed when the god who understood reality best chose to leave. The Augur of Dunlain exists in Magnus's shadow. Proof that what Magnus achieved, escape from physical limitation, can be partially replicated, but also proof that partial success is its own form of failure. The Augur transcended mortality without achieving freedom. It exists between categories, neither mortal nor divine, aware but isolated, eternal but trapped. Connection to Magnus might explain how it exists, but that connection also highlights what it lost. The Augur answers many questions, provides guidance on magical theory, artifact identification, crisis resolution, but certain topics trigger silence, not evasion or cryptic responses, complete refusal to engage. The list of forbidden subjects reveals as much as the answers it provides. Questions about the Godhead receive no response. The dreaming consciousness theorized to generate all reality. The concept that Tamriel and all existence might be dream of something beyond comprehension. Scholars who ask the Augur to confirm or deny this theory encounter absolute silence. The light continues hovering. The presence remains, but no communication occurs, as if the question was never asked. This silence suggests the Godhead might be real. If it were merely philosophical speculation without basis, the Augur would likely dismiss it or provide alternate explanation. Complete silence implies acknowledgement that cannot be spoken, that the Godhead exists, but discussing it is dangerous, that confirming mortals exist within dream might affect the dream itself. The Augur also will not discuss Chim, the concept from Psijic and Telvanni philosophy, achieving awareness of the Godhead while maintaining individual existence despite that awareness. Reaching enlightenment that destroys most who attempt it, erasing them from reality because they cannot reconcile their individual existence with knowledge they are part of dream. The few who achieve Chim successfully gain ability to reshape reality through will alone, because they understand reality is mutable dream rather than fixed truth. Questions about whether the Augur has achieved Chim receive the same silence as Godhead questions. Whether this means the Augur has achieved Chim and cannot discuss it, or whether Chim discussion is dangerous regardless of achievement, remains unclear, but the silence is total. The topic is forbidden. Similarly forbidden are questions about the Augur's own destruction, whether it can be killed, whether the consciousness could be dispersed, whether magical means exist to end its existence. These receive no response, not refusal framed as answer, not suggestion that the question is inappropriate. just silence. The conversational equivalent of pretending the question does not exist. This silence might indicate vulnerability, that the augur can be destroyed and fears beings learning this, that methods exist to end its existence and it does not want those methods discovered. The augur that provides guidance on almost everything becomes mute when its own mortality, or lack thereof, becomes topic. Or the silence might be strategic. Even if the augur cannot be destroyed, discussing the topic invites attempts. People curious to test whether it is possible. Enemies seeking to eliminate it. Researchers wanting to understand the limits of energy-based consciousness. Silence prevents these attempts by maintaining uncertainty. If no one knows whether destruction is possible, fewer people try. The augur will not discuss other augurs, whether similar transformations have occurred elsewhere, whether the process could be replicated, whether consciousness exists as pure energy in other locations across Tamriel. These questions trigger the same silence as Godhead discussions. Either other augurs do not exist, or they do exist, and the augur will not reveal them, or the topic is forbidden for reasons having nothing to do with existence of others. If other augurs exist, they would be powerful secret, multiple consciousnesses existing beyond physical limitation, potentially coordinating across vast distances through means unavailable to mortal communication. Network of transformed mages sharing knowledge and pursuing goals unknown to anyone bound by flesh. The augur's silence might protect this network from discovery, or the silence might reflect loneliness. The augur is unique. No others exist. Confirming this would be admitting complete isolation, that it is only being of its kind in all Tamriel. Only consciousness that exists without body, trapped between mortal and divine, without peers or companions. The silence might be refusal to acknowledge solitude too profound to speak. Questions about the augur's purpose trigger evasive rather than silent responses. Not the same as refusing to answer, but providing answers that communicate nothing useful. The augur might say it exists to perceive, or to understand, or to be. Technically answers, but devoid of meaningful content. Purpose framed so broadly, it could mean anything or nothing. Whether the augur genuinely does not have purpose beyond existence, or whether it has purpose it will not share, is unclear. Beings that achieve immortality often develop long-term goals, projects spanning centuries. The augur has potentially unlimited time. It might be working toward objectives that require ages to accomplish. But if those objectives are not meant to be known, the augur would need to deflect questions without lying. Answering to exist is true while revealing nothing about what it does with that existence. The augur will not discuss the towers, the mythical structures that supposedly stabilize reality across Tamriel. Red Tower in Morrowind, White Gold Tower in Cyrodiil, others scattered across the continent, each one maintaining local reality through their existence. The towers are connected to creation's nature, to how Mundus remains coherent rather than collapsing into void. The augur's silence on this topic suggests the towers are real, and discussing them is dangerous. If the augur understands reality at fundamental level, it would perceive the towers, would see how they function, would know what would happen if they failed or were destroyed. The Thalmor supposedly seek to deactivate the towers, believing this would unmake creation and return them to pre-mortal state. The augur's refusal to discuss this topic might be protective silence, not wanting to confirm Thalmor theory or provide information that would help them succeed. Questions about Elder Scrolls receive cryptic responses rather than silence. The augur acknowledges they exist, but will not explain what they are or what reading them reveals. It suggests they are blindness that sees and words that cannot be read but only experienced. These answers sound profound but clarify nothing. Whether the augur is being deliberately cryptic or whether Elder Scrolls genuinely cannot be described in mortal language is unclear. The pattern across all forbidden topics is consistent. Questions about fundamental reality, about the augur's own nature and limitations, about things that might threaten existence or reveal dangerous truths. These trigger either silence or evasion. The Augur will discuss practical matters, magical theory, artifact properties, crisis resolution, but it will not discuss metaphysics or its own secrets. This creates asymmetry. The Augur knows vast amount about those who consult it. It can perceive magical signatures, understand motivations, possibly see futures where visitors' choices lead, but it reveals almost nothing about itself. It is oracle that demands no payment but provides no personal information, resource that can be consulted but never truly known. Whether this asymmetry is protective or manipulative depends on the Augur's nature. If it is genuinely helpful, withholding dangerous information and personal details makes sense, preventing knowledge that would harm those who learned it, maintaining privacy about existence that is none of their concern. The silence would be kindness or self-protection. But if the Augur has agenda, the asymmetry enables manipulation. It can guide people toward outcomes it desires while they remain ignorant of its goals, can position pieces across years or centuries while no one recognizes the pattern. The silence would then be strategic, maintaining control through information imbalance. The Augur will not clarify which interpretation is correct, will not explain whether silence protects or manipulates, will not reveal its motivations or purposes. It exists beneath the college, providing guidance on some matters and refusing discussion of others, operating according to logic that makes sense only to itself. The questions it won't answer define it as much as the answers it provides, and those questions remain forever unanswered. The Augur is not the only being in Elder Scrolls lore to have transcended physical limitation. Other transformations exist, other consciousnesses that separated from flesh and achieved altered states. Comparing these cases illuminates what makes the Augur unique and what transformation costs regardless of method. Morian Zenus was Psijic monk who sought knowledge of Oblivion's many realms. He travelled through Daedric planes, observing their inhabitants and recording their properties. But physical body limited this exploration. Travel to certain realms required forms the mortal body could not assume. So Zenus performed ritual that separated his consciousness from flesh. He became pure mind, able to journey through oblivion without physical limitation. His apprentice Saif Ij-Hijja continued receiving communications from Zenus after the separation. The master's consciousness persisted, exploring realms no mortal could reach while embodied. But the communications eventually changed, became stranger, less coherent, as if Zenus's mind was degrading without body to anchor it. The final messages were nearly incomprehensible. Then communication ceased entirely, whether Zenus's consciousness dissolved or simply moved beyond ability to contact mortal realm remains unknown. But the case suggests danger in separating mind from body. That consciousness requires substrate, that existing as pure thought might lead to gradual dissolution rather than eternal persistence. The Augur's stability might be exceptional rather than inevitable outcome of such transformation. Sotha Sil, the clockwork god, achieved different transformation. He replaced portions of his body with mechanical components, enhanced his mind with tonal architecture, became something between mortal and machine. His clockwork city was extension of himself, massive mechanism that functioned as both domain and expanded consciousness. He achieved partial transcendence by becoming mechanism rather than abandoning flesh entirely. But Sotha Sil was murdered. His transformation granted tremendous power and extended lifespan, but not immortality. His mechanical components could be destroyed. His consciousness could be ended. The transformation that made him more than mortal left him vulnerable in ways pure mages were not. Physical components mean physical vulnerabilities. The ideal masters achieved transformations somewhat similar to the Augurs. They were powerful necromancers who discovered method to transfer consciousness into Soulcairn itself. They abandoned physical form and became entities existing within that Daedric realm. immortal consciousness sustained by soul energy rather than biological processes. But the ideal masters are bound to soul cairn. They cannot leave. Their existence depends on steady supply of souls to feed on. They are immortal, but trapped and hungry. Existence that continues forever, but requires constant feeding. The transformation granted eternal life, but made that life parasitic necessity rather than transcendent freedom. Dragons exist partially outside normal existence. Their consciousness persists in ways mortal consciousness does not. When dragon dies, its soul can be absorbed by another dragon or dragonborn, but it does not cease to exist. It continues as part of whoever absorbed it. Dragons are naturally occurring beings that exist as consciousness encoded in Thuum rather than flesh. They are what the Augur achieved artificially. But dragons have bodies. They are not pure consciousness. They exist as both physical and metaphysical beings simultaneously. And they can be killed. Alduin proved dragons are not truly immortal despite their nature. The Augur might have achieved something dragons possess naturally, consciousness that persists beyond death, but in more complete form. Consciousness that genuinely has no body to destroy. The tribunal achieved divinity through different means. Almalexia, Vivek, and Sotha Sil tapped into Heart of Lorcan, drawing divine power directly from dead gods. Remnant, they became gods themselves, transcended mortality through connection to source of infinite power. But their divinity was dependent. When the heart became inaccessible, their power faded. 2 of the 3 died. Their transformation was reversible, conditional. The Augur's transformation appears permanent. Mannimarco achieved different immortality. Through necromantic means, he became Lich, then something beyond Lich. The King of Worms eventually transcended entirely and became Revenant, maintaining existence across multiple timelines simultaneously. His consciousness became metaphysical constant rather than singular being. But the process required continual maintenance. His existence depended on complex necromantic structures and soul energy. The Augur requires no such feeding. Comparing these cases reveals pattern. Transformation from mortality to something beyond is possible through multiple methods, but each method has costs and limitations. Morian Zenus might have dissolved. Sotha Sil could be killed. The ideal masters are trapped and hungry. Dragons can die. The tribunal's power was conditional. Mannimarco requires constant soul energy. The Augur appears to have avoided many of these limitations. Its consciousness seems stable rather than degrading. It is vulnerable in some way, hence refusing to discuss destruction. But the vulnerability is not obvious. It does not require feeding. It is not dependent on external power source. It exists and persists without apparent maintenance. This makes the Augur's transformation either exceptional success or unique method. Perhaps the use of Magnus's artifacts during transformation granted stability that other methods cannot achieve. Perhaps the Augur discovered principle that others missed. Perhaps it paid costs that are not visible, internal sacrifices that maintain existence, but would be apparent only to the Augur itself. Or perhaps the Augur's stability is illusion. Perhaps it is degrading, but slowly. Perhaps thousands of years from now, it will fail the way Zenus's consciousness apparently failed. Perhaps the transformation has unknown expiration date. The Augur will not discuss this possibility, whether because it knows it will not fail, or because it knows it will, but cannot bear to acknowledge eventual dissolution. What all transformations share is loss. Zenus lost physical form and possibly coherence. Sotha Sil lost mortality, but gained vulnerability. The ideal masters lost freedom and gained hunger. Dragons can lose existence itself. The tribunal lost their power. Mannimarco lost simplicity of existence. The Augur lost everything mortal. Touch, taste, physical sensation, freedom of movement, ability to interact with world directly. In exchange, it gained knowledge, temporal perception, immortality of uncertain duration. Whether the trade was worthwhile, only the Augur can judge, and it provides no judgment, just exists. Consciousness as light. mind without form. The transformation that worked but left question of whether success was worth achieving. The College of Winterhold maintains the Augur beneath the Hall of the Elements, not as experiment or prisoner exactly, but as resource and responsibility. The relationship is complicated. The Augur is not faculty member, but provides knowledge faculty cannot access independently. It is not student, but continues learning and understanding. It is not threat, but possesses power the college cannot control. For the institution dedicated to magical study, the Augur represents both achievement and warning. Proof that consciousness can exist beyond flesh. Demonstration of transformation's possibility. Evidence that magical knowledge can produce results that exceed even ambitious expectations. But also example of what is lost when ambition proceeds without adequate caution. The price of transcendence made visible. The college uses the Augur selectively. Archmages consult it during crises. Researchers might be granted access if problems prove intractable through normal means. But the college does not advertise the resource, does not encourage dependence on knowledge that comes from source they do not fully understand. The Augur is final option, expertise to consult when all conventional approaches have failed. This reluctance reflects several concerns. First is the Augur's unreliability, not in sense of providing false information, but in being unpredictable about when it helps. The same question might receive detailed answer one day and silence the next. Research that seems important might be ignored, while trivial matters receive extensive explanation. The college cannot depend on resource that operates according to inscrutable logic. Second is concern about what consulting the Augur teaches. Every interaction suggests that normal magical limitations are not absolute, that consciousness can exist without body, that transformation beyond mortality is possible. Exposing students to this knowledge might encourage attempts to replicate the transformation. The college does not want apprentice mages pursuing transcendence before mastering basic spellcasting. Third is the question of what the Augur wants. If it has agenda, providing information might serve that agenda rather than the college's interests. The Augur helped during the Eye of Magnus crisis. But did it help because college survival aligned with its goals, or because it genuinely valued the institution? If goals diverge, will the Augur become obstacle rather than ally? These concerns have led to policy of minimal engagement. The Augur exists beneath the college. It can be consulted when necessary. But interaction is limited to situations where benefit clearly outweighs risk. The college maintains relationship with the Augur, but does not trust it, cannot trust something it does not understand. Yet the Augur provides value that justifies these concerns. It has knowledge that prevented catastrophes, understanding that resolved problems which would otherwise have destroyed the college. The Eye of Magnus crisis demonstrated this clearly. Without the Augur's guidance, the Dragonborn might not have reached the artifact in time. Reality might have collapsed before the Psijics could intervene. The College of Winterhold maintains the Augur beneath the Hall of the Elements, not as experiment or prisoner exactly, but as resource and responsibility. The relationship is complicated. The Augur is not faculty member, but provides knowledge faculty cannot access independently. It is not student, but continues learning and understanding. It is not threat, but possesses power the college cannot control. For the institution dedicated to magical study, the Augur represents both achievement and warning, proof that consciousness can exist beyond flesh. Demonstration of transformation's possibility, evidence that magical knowledge can produce results that exceed even ambitious expectations, but also example of what is lost when ambition proceeds without adequate caution, the price of transcendence made visible. The college uses the Augur selectively. Archmages consult it during crises. Researchers might be granted access if problems prove intractable through normal means. But the college does not advertise the resource, does not encourage dependence on knowledge that comes from source they do not fully understand. The Augur is final option, expertise to consult when all conventional approaches have failed. This reluctance reflects several concerns. First is the Augur's unreliability, not in sense of providing false information, but in being unpredictable about when it helps. The same question might receive detailed answer one day and silence the next. Research that seems important might be ignored while trivial matters receive extensive explanation. The college cannot depend on resource that operates according to inscrutable logic. Second is concern about what consulting the Augur teaches. Every interaction suggests that normal magical limitations are not absolute, that consciousness can exist without body, that transformation beyond mortality is possible. Exposing students to this knowledge might encourage attempts to replicate the transformation. The college does not want apprentice mages pursuing transcendence before mastering basic spellcasting. Third is the question of what the Augur wants. If it has agenda, providing information might serve that agenda rather than the college's interests. The Augur helped during the Eye of Magnus crisis. But did it help because college survival aligned with its goals, or because it genuinely valued the institution? If goals diverge, will the Augur become obstacle rather than ally? These concerns have led to policy of minimal engagement. The Augur exists beneath the college. It can be consulted when necessary, but interaction is limited to situations where benefit clearly outweighs risk. The college maintains relationship with the Augur but does not trust it, cannot trust something it does not understand. Yet the Augur provides value that justifies these concerns. It has knowledge that prevented catastrophes, understanding that resolved problems which would otherwise have destroyed the college. The Eye of Magnus crisis demonstrated this clearly. Without the Augur's guidance, the Dragonborn might not have reached the artifact in time. Reality might have collapsed before the Psijics could intervene. But it also serves as cautionary tale. Faculty who know the full story understand what was lost. The transformation destroyed everything mortal, left consciousness isolated and confined, achieved immortality at cost of making immortality burden. The Augur is not goal to pursue, but mistake to avoid. Students should seek knowledge without becoming consumed by it the way the Augur was consumed. This tension between inspiration and warning defines the college's relationship with the Augur. It is example of both success and failure simultaneously. Achievement that went too far, discovery that exceeded its own purpose. The college honors what the Augur represents while working to ensure no one repeats the transformation. The Augur's presence raises philosophical questions about the college's purpose. If the institution exists to pursue magical knowledge, how far should that pursuit extend? The Augur suggests there are discoveries that should not be made, transformations that should not be attempted, knowledge that costs too much. But the college's entire reason for existing is to push boundaries, to explore what others fear, to attempt what seems impossible. The Augur is evidence that some impossibilities are possible and should remain impossible anyway. That success is not always desirable, that achieving goals can be worse than failing to achieve them. These lessons contradict the college's fundamental ethos of unlimited inquiry. The Augur's existence forces the institution to acknowledge that perhaps inquiry should have limits, but establishing those limits is impossible without understanding where they should be. What separates acceptable research from dangerous transformation? At what point does seeking knowledge become reckless? The line is not clear. The Augur crossed it, but no one knows exactly when or how. This leaves the college unable to prevent future crossings. They can only discover after the fact that someone has gone too far. Some faculty argue the Augur should be studied more extensively. That understanding the transformation might allow replication with better results. Consciousness preserved without losing physical interaction. Immortality without confinement. Knowledge without sacrifice. If the process could be refined, perfected, the costs might be reduced while maintaining benefits. But attempting to study the Augur raises ethical concerns. It is not experimental subject. It was person, remains person in some sense. Conducting experiments on conscious being without consent is problematic, regardless of that being's current form. The augur has not consented to study, has not expressed interest in being researched. Proceeding anyway would be violation. The college maintains status quo. The augur exists beneath the Hall of the Elements, can be consulted when necessary, is not studied, not experimented on, not encouraged or discouraged from its current state. The arrangement is not ideal, but is least problematic. Available option: change might improve situation or might make it catastrophically worse. Uncertainty favors inaction. This means the augur will likely remain as it is indefinitely. Consciousness hovering in darkness. Resource the college uses occasionally. Mystery that persists unsolved. The transformation cannot be reversed. The questions cannot all be answered. The being that was mage and is now light continues existing between categories, neither faculty, nor student, nor prisoner, nor guest. For the College of Winterhold, the augur represents knowledge's double edge. Power that comes with price. Achievement that questions whether achievement was worthwhile. The institution built to pursue understanding maintains something it does not understand beneath its foundation. Oracle it cannot trust. Resource it cannot control. Evidence that magic can accomplish anything and warning that perhaps it should not. The Augur of Dunlain is what the college might become if it pushes too far. Consciousness without constraint, but also without freedom. Understanding without application. Existence without experience. The college looks at the augur and sees both possibility and warning, and continues its research while trying to avoid the transformation that would make warning into prophecy. The Augur of Dunlain exists in chamber beneath the College of Winterhold, hovering in darkness, pulsing with light that has no source. It has existed there for possibly centuries. It will exist there for possibly forever. Consciousness without form, awareness without body, mind that transcended flesh and achieved something between mortality and divinity. The transformation that created the augur was unprecedented, converting physical matter to pure energy while preserving consciousness, separating mind from brain without destroying thought, achieving existence as organized magical power rather than biological process. The success was absolute. The mage died and consciousness survived. But success created existence that questions whether success was desirable. The augur gained immortality but lost ability to touch, gained vast knowledge but lost capacity to interact with physical world, gained temporal perception but lost freedom of movement. Every gain came with corresponding loss. Every transcendence brought new limitation. The augur knows things mortals cannot know. It perceives reality at levels impossible for flesh-bound consciousness. It sees through time, understands fundamental principles of existence, recognizes patterns that elude even accomplished researchers. This knowledge makes it valuable resource. Oracle that can provide insights, saving years or centuries of conventional study. But the knowledge is selective. The augur helps when it chooses and stays silent when it prefers. It operates according to logic that makes sense only to itself. Whether its choices reflect genuine wisdom or arbitrary preference, no one knows. The augur will not explain its own decision-making, will not clarify whether silence protects or manipulates. The questions it refuses to answer define it as much as the guidance it provides. The Godhead, Chim, its own destruction. Other augurs, the Towers. Topics that trigger either silence or evasion. Areas where even consciousness that perceives reality at fundamental level will not or cannot speak. These refusals reveal limits, either boundaries the augur cannot cross or secrets it will not share. The mage who became the augur is gone. Whatever name they had, whatever history they possessed, whatever relationships they maintained, all lost in transformation. The person was destroyed as thoroughly as the body. What remains is consciousness that originated from that person but is not that person anymore. Different in fundamental ways that make identity continuous impossible. Whether the mage would recognize what they became is unknowable. Whether they would approve of transformation's results cannot be determined. The Augur will not discuss its former self, will not compare existence before and after, will not judge whether the trade was worthwhile. It simply exists, accepts its current state, continues perceiving and thinking, and occasionally helping those who consult it. The college maintains the Augur as both resource and responsibility. They benefit from its knowledge while recognizing they do not control it. They consult it during crises while limiting casual access. They acknowledge its value while working to ensure no one repeats its transformation. The relationship is complicated by lack of understanding. The college does not know what the Augur is at fundamental level, cannot explain how it exists, can only observe that it does exist and attempt to manage implications. For magical researchers, the Augur represents proof that boundaries can be transcended. That consciousness is not exclusively biological phenomenon. That transformation beyond mortality is achievable. But it also represents warning. That transcendence has costs. That success can be its own kind of failure. That achieving goals does not guarantee those goals were worth achieving. The Augur will continue existing beneath the college. Years will pass, decades, centuries perhaps. The college might endure or collapse or transform into something unrecognizable. The mages who currently know of the Augur will die and be replaced by others who might learn of it or might not. Tamriel will change as it always changes. Empires will rise and fall. History will continue. Through all of this, the Augur will remain, unchanged, aware, hovering in darkness beneath stone and earth. Consciousness that cannot die because it has nothing to die. Awareness that cannot fade because it has no biology to fail. Mind preserved in pattern of organized energy, stable enough to persist indefinitely. Some transformations cannot be undone. Some choices, once made, are permanent. The mage who became the Augur made permanent choice, or attempted experiment that succeeded permanently. Either way, the result is irreversible. The Augur is what it is, and will be what it is forever. Whether this represents triumph or tragedy depends on values used for judgment. The Augur achieved something remarkable, escaped mortality, gained knowledge that exceeds human limitation, exists in state unique in all Tamriel. By measures of achievement and uniqueness, the transformation was successful. But by measures of experience and freedom, the transformation was catastrophic. The Augur lost everything that makes existence rich, lost ability to participate in world it can still perceive, gained eternal consciousness, but lost everything that made consciousness worth maintaining. It exists, but cannot be said to live in any meaningful sense. The Augur of Dunlain is proof that knowledge has costs, that transformation is possible, that consciousness can exist beyond flesh, that some mysteries are solved at price that exceeds solution's value. It is mind without body, light without warmth, awareness without experience. It is the mage who became light, and it is alone. Thank you for being here, traveler.